Hello, everybody. Once again, we return to Spirit of Justice. It's been a hot minute. Unfortunately, we had to push everything back because of that one time that I was sick a couple of weeks ago. But now we're back. Before we get started, let's just roll down a couple of things to make note of. Firstly, going back over the chat thing, since I did talk about it in the the last Higurashi stream, but I haven't mentioned it on this one yet. So yeah, as you can probably notice, the chat is no longer up in the top right corner. This is because people were abusing it for nefarious purposes. And unfortunately, even though the mods work hard, Streamlabs is dumb and doesn't remove on-screen chat messages after they've been moderated. So that's how it is now. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. The chat is still available to you. Oh my god, the voice crack. The chat is still available to use, however, obviously, as you all posting in it should realize. And the live chat replay should still be available after the stream is over anyway, so provided that the VOD does not have to be edited for any reason, which it usually doesn't, it should be there for you to check out, whether on desktop or mobile. Anywho, last thing that I wanted to mention before we get started is just a reiteration, particularly for these streams, because people are really bad about it in these ones. Please no spoilers, no allusions to any upcoming events, no smiley face emojis when you're thinking something cool is about to happen, none of that. Please try not to talk about other games in the series that I haven't played myself yet as well. This includes the Investigations duology, this includes the Great Ace Attorney duology, this includes Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Please, none of that. In general, I would just encourage the chat to keep relatively on topic with what is happening in the game at that current moment. If that is okay by y'all. And if you toe the line on these things, the mods will warn you. If you repeatedly toe the line after being told, you'll probably get timed out, is the name of the game. You have been informed, so now you cannot complain if you get nuked from orbit. My apologies. Anywho, with all of that said, and out of the way, let's get back to it. It's court time, baby. And yes, as ERA just said, happy Pride Month, everybody.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine.
Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all of this. Get it together, Apollo!
Yikes! Athena! When did you get here?
Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up.
Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine.
You know, I did a little digging on this Nayuta Sadmati guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor.
Oh yeah? What'd you find out?
Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate.
Okay, interesting. Kirby Superstar with the $2. Just realized the last Pride Month you streamed DD. Well, you know, it's only fitting to continue the trend, I suppose. The gay lawyer series is gay? What? No fucking way, dude.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head.
Man, this isn't gonna be a cakewalk if that's true.
Emma did say she talked to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well.
In any case, sounds like he's gonna keep us on our toes.
That's why I know you're ready. Why I know you... Oh, okay, yeah, it's Phoenix.
It's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. Just not an entire game. I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright's putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, Elias Morals. Oh yeah, I gotta remember that. I gotta read these chat messages out for context now. General Lukewarm take, Thena is not a very good nickname for Athena. Thene would have at least fit. I kind of agree with that. However, I think, funnily enough, Thene would have sounded a little bit too close to Feeny. And then you know, I don't know. Maybe we don't need that memory.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine!
There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine!
If you say so, Apollo.
The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes! We're fine! Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rest on this trial. This is it. This is it, Justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now.
Some of you I see are already referencing Deltarune in the chat, by the way. I have been thinking about this, and I kind of posed it to you guys as like sort of a wonder type thing. Once we wrap up of the Devil, probably next week, I do have like one other thing for a Tuesday slot, or probably a Tuesday slot that I want to throw in somewhere in the next couple of weeks. But I have been wondering if going back to both like Undertale and the prior chapters of Deltarune, now that I've actually played through 3 and 4 completely, would be fun, just in the sense of like, oh, it would be fun to like fully voice act those. I didn't stream them while playing them for the first time because I didn't want the backseating and I didn't want the spoilers and all of that. But now that I've actually played them myself in full and like know what I'm doing, I think that would be like easier to maintain, I suppose, if that makes sense. But yeah, I just, you know, I've been getting back into the series again with the new chapters, and I thought that maybe voice acting those characters sometimes would be very fun. All hail Sunset Youth 2 with the $2. The new Deltarune chapters are so peak. I agree. They're very, very good. Anyway, let's get into court!
Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright.
Actually, while I'm here, let me go ahead and re-look at all of my evidence since it's been a hot minute. Okay. So we got the stage diagram, yep. The crime photo, yes, I remember. The fingerprinting results. Prints on the coffin lid are Bonnie's. Prints on the sides are mysterious. Prints on the top panel are unknown. Trucy wore gloves during the show. Oh yeah, and the reverse palm prints, I remember that. Oh yeah, don't worry about it, randomness. I'm not worried about Deltarune spoilers. I've already completed both chapters, front and back, and I've seen all of the extra stuff. So, no worries about that. Okay. The fire bucket, the show script, Tow trick, Bonnie's teleportation trick, and Trucy's escape trick, Trucy's fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket's ready. Yep. The Gramarye notebook, the poster, the contract signed by Trucy, details liability for compensation. I remember this, yes. The sword stand, the stage lift, the show footage. With the trick. And the clipboard with the fake thing. But anywho, okay.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Oh, hello.
And the prosecution? Prosecutor Sadmati? 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying? Yes, I see. You're a Koreanist monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that's correct. I'm but a lowly monk from the Kingdom of Korea. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I'm unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country and may make blunders.
He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he?
I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. In the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin. Nayuta Sadmati. He's really been making a name for himself, apparently. But that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor, I wonder how that will come into play today. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Manav Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mysterious.
Mystery. Do I get it? Mystery.
His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. So, his death was just an unfortunate accident? It's only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather... whoops.
Sorry, 1 second.
But rather, a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus, that this was a murder made to look like an accident. I see. And you believe this crime was committed by the defendant?
No. I just randomly brought this defendant here for no reason, because I thought that it would be funny.
After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I unfortunately had no other choice but to conclude as much. So that's how it's gonna be, huh?
I guess Emma couldn't convince him after all.
Very well. And now let us hear from the defense.
Naturally, we maintain the defendant is innocent, Your Honor, and the prosecutor is a lying poopy head who is dumb and smells.
Okay, that's duly noted. If the defense wouldn't mind, could you please explain your reasoning?
But he's literally like, what did bro mean by this?
My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant.
I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind.
Putrid mind?
Prosecutor Sadmadi?
Excuse me, but I don't...
Wow. That was a pretty strong read. I don't know what he's saying, but it sounds like he's kind of mad at me. Are you mad at me?
If you don't mind my asking, Prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting?
A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul toward enlightenment. It is a Koreanist incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused.
I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real?
Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners, and to guide victims' souls to the twilight realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accused's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But, should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell along with Trucy Wright. Now wait just 1 minute here. Putrid? Pit of hell? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law?
Prosecutor Sadmadi, that may be the way you conduct trials in crime, but I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charged language here. I mean, it's totally okay if you want to, say, pull out a whip and whip the defense repeatedly, or throw hot coffee onto their face. But saying specifically that they are putrid and going to hell, that might be a little too far. Hurting them is fine. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. You're welcome. I'm just trying to clarify. Your Honor, that was but a Koreanist sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason. Oh, I see. I didn't realize.
I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Khura'in, huh? Even still, that was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes.
The trial's only just begun.
Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as a cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it?
What?
Bailiff, please bring in the first witness.
Oh no, she's stressed. It's like, don't laugh. Emma Skies only do this when they're stressed.
Uh-oh. I thought she'd said goodbye to Snackoos.
I miss the old sound effect, though.
Detective Sky, the courtroom's no place for gorging yourself.
What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right?
She, seems a little stressed out.
Detective Sky, your testimony, please.
Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe that Trucy Wright is innocent.
I'm sorry?
Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end.
But I...
Let it go, and move on. Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother.
Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. I guess Emma got assigned tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy.
She and Prosecutor Sadmati don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky?
All right. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Troop Gram... Oh, okay. Yeah. It's a Troop Grammary poster from 13 years ago.
Is it just me, or is it a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing room?
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a big box on top of him that says "Cancelled." Bro, what did he do? Oh my god.
This is a revised version of that poster. This one says...
Oh, okay. This one says "Cancelled" under Mr. Rios.
That's right. Mr. Rios left the troop after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Rios' right forearm, near his elbow. See the big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick.
Ouch. That's quite a scar.
Because of the accident, Magnifi Grammary concluded that Mr. Rios was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifi announced Mr. Rios wouldn't be appearing.
That's typical Magnifi Grammary move to just be like, no, you're stupid, no, you're useless, get out of here. Like, wow, how nice. Glad to see that this old man has never been kind in his entire life.
But in defiance of Magnifi's decision, Mr. Rios tried to go on stage anyway. This in turn caused Magnifi to oust Mr. Rios from the troupe on the spot.
He kicked Mr. Rios out? That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far?
When it came to magic, Troop Grammary was so passionate, or should I say, extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time.
Yes, they even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics.
And now the troop's successor had committed a murder.
Oh my god. Plane! Can you pass over any more quickly, please? Hurry up!
Anywho, it seems the troop's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality.
Bro, did you just talk during silent reading time?
You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor.
Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor.
As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Rias apparently went on to hold a grudge against the group.
He would tell those close to him, I will get my revenge on Troop Gramarye someday.
Revenge, That certainly sounds antagonistic.
Jetty Rail with the Canadian $2. Nayata generates plain aura just from talking. Yeah, there's just like the noise, like trying to cover up, like, don't say it again! Deathbird Plane is my favorite Nezumi Cinematic Universe character. Whenever we inevitably move at some point in the future, and you don't hear the planes in the background anymore while I'm streaming, it's gonna be so sad.
And then, his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky.
I guess I don't have a choice, do I? The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Gramarye during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Rias was going to first steal the Gramarye notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge. And while he did in fact steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. Okay, not a ton specific to go on here, so I think this is definitely a press testimony. A prestimony.
By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Rias and make it look like an accident.
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture!
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFam, gave the police a statement. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Rias said, I'm going to reveal all of Troop Gramarye's secrets on stage today.
What?
Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it?
You're telling me.
You're telling me.
Oh, defame? What? Oh, like, defaming you?
Oh my god.
Allow me to give you one piece of advice, Defense. Oh? And what's that?
Oh. Hi?
Let it go and move on.
Excuse me?
Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then be ever burdened with that sin in their next life.
But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up.
Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life.
A stink bug? Now then, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please.
Well, I mean, he does have the antennas. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Gramarye during Trucy's magic show. the icons for this one being the fucking attorney's badge. Alright.
Hold it!
Revenge after all this time? It's been 13 years already. Why now?
I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, wouldn't he have done it a long time ago if he was gonna do it? After all...
Detective Sky, self-indulgent outbursts such as those will earn you divine punishment in the form of a salary evaluation.
Wait, that's what divine punishment means?
Let the detective have her snack. This humble servant of the Holy Mother shall explain. Over a decade ago, Troop Gramarye was at the height of their popularity.
But then their reputation declined, and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Trucy Wright sought to recapture their former glory. The defendant? At such a young age, too! How impressive! Yes, the accused's skill at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen onto the path of sin, she would have had a bright future ahead of her. It's always sad to see such promising young potential go to waste. Now then, Detective Sky, how did Mr. Rias plan to get his revenge? And please put down the snackoos before you continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rias was going to first steal the Grammary notebook from the defendant.
Hold it!
What evidence do you have that Mr. Rias actually stole the notebook?
Well, you see,
Whenever you're ready, Detective.
Fret not, Detective Sky, you have nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you made.
Forensic discovery? And what did she discover specifically?
Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. Upon further inspection, she determined that they belonged to Mr. Rias.
What?
The detective found the fingerprints entirely of her own volition. For that, I must say, well done, Detective Sky.
Get a little too addicted to using your precious white powder, did you, Emma? Okay, that's... Anyway.
Now, Detective Sky, I would ask you to explain exactly how Mr. Rias intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge.
alright. Well, first he stole the notebook. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show.
Hold it!
I'm going to reveal all of Troop Grammary's secrets on stage today. That's what Mr. Rias himself said, right?
Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Grammary secrets he was talking about.
But the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secrets behind Troop Grammary's magic?
Yes, that's the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Rias was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she naturally panicked.
So basically, Trucy's notebook was hiding in Mr. Rias's things because he had stolen it himself?
I see. Truly a motive that only a magician could have.
Yes, that's what the prosecution believes anyway. That was the victim's plan for revenge. And while he did, in fact, steal the notebook. Just gonna interrupt her in the middle of the sentence.
Hold it!
For fuck's sake, Apollo.
Sorry! Do you really believe what you're saying, Detective Sky? Do you really think Miss Wright killed Mr. Rias to stop him from getting his revenge?
Of course I don't think that. The Trucy we know would
Keep your private considerations separate from your public duty. I warned you about this very thing before the trial began, did I not, Detective Sky?
Yes, you did.
Please recite my exact words to you.
Emma Sky, you are a detective first and foremost, not the accused's friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully.
Excellent. So you do remember what I said to you. Your devotion to your work will be rewarded, for the Holy Mother sees all.
This Holy Mother is no scientific concept I've ever heard of. Those two really don't get along, do they?
Well, science and religion go together about as well as oil and water.
As I was saying, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder?
Beats me.
What? The basis is beats me?
You'll have to ask Prosecutor Sadmati over there, because he hasn't told me his reasoning either.
Interesting. Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes.
The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer.
Please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit. Anything but that.
Poor Emma. She's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. I realized that it had been moved. Moved so that Mr. Rias would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake.
What?
Mr. Rias, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left.
Oh, so he was misdirected, I see.
He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area, after being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1. Mr. Rias was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into.
And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape?
But of course, Detective Sky.
Oh, that's right. I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape.
You what? He actually had proof?
Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on?
Absolutely not!
Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony.
Yeah, I do have a problem with that immediately, though. Because... Where's the thing that says the thing? Yes.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony.
Oh, really?
The prosecution's claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show, in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time.
It doesn't?
Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it.
That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin.
I think you've realized what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Miss Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show.
Oh!
She must have left the prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient.
Oh my! But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that.
Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim. I see. Apparently the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug, at any rate.
Come on, you can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you?
Would that really be any better?
Of course, way better. Stag beetles are cool, with those huge mandibles of theirs.
Talk to them!
If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question.
Alright, shoot.
Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide, and entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it. So what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right? Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been accidental.
If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter. I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, then they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime could be mitigated. Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue that it was an accident? This is it, the all-important question. The defense argues that Mr. Rios' death was...
I mean, come on. Obviously, we're not going to accuse... I mean, like, we're not going to say that Trucy still definitely did it. It was just an oopsie-whoopsie. So, it was a murder.
The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party.
A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else?
Yep, as David just said, just like Reunion and Turnabout, which I was just thinking about.
That's quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Surely you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life.
I've been demoted to a vegetable?
Wow. I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant.
In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours then. All right. But before I give it, there's one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside of the coffin? A very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin?
It was magic, obviously. He was killed under stage. He was killed in the coffin. I mean, cause my thing about that, though, is... Where was that thing again? Was it... I can't remember which piece of evidence it was. I mean, oh, okay, it was this one again. Yeah. I feel like if he were already dead when he was put up in the coffin, he wouldn't have been, like, bracing. You know what I mean? Like, he wouldn't have been, like, putting his hands up on the thing. Like, if he were dead, then I think he would have just already been kind of, like, limp. So he'd probably just be, like, I don't know. Yeah, it would be very difficult to be dead and staying up like that. So I would, yeah, I guess I still have to claim that he was probably killed in the coffin.
I suppose the victim might have been killed inside the coffin. Exactly. And who was the one who thrust the sword into the coffin?
Yeah, that wasn't right.
It was Miss Wright, of course. Ah!
Atropos of the $2. He died of magic. I refuse to explain.
Your Honor, it would appear the defense has finally given up. Please render your verdict.
Hold it!
Now wait just a minute. I said might have been. I didn't say definitely was. Did you really think such verbal acrobatics would get you off the hook?
Maybe.
Oh, if only I could have stuck the landing better. Why don't you try again, defense?
I mean, okay, I guess I have to say... I don't know, though. That seems weird. What do they say if you say it was magic? I'm curious.
The defense would like to contend that it was magic. I've seen that kind of trick before. Money appearing in an empty box, for example.
I see. And how does a trick like that work? What's the secret to it?
The appeal of magic is in the mystery, wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Sometimes it's better to just accept it for what it is. Enjoy it, and move on.
The real mystery here is how you passed the bar exam, Mr. Justice.
Alright, let's just move on then, shall we?
That was funny. That was worth trying out. Anyway. Okay, he was killed understage.
What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go?
Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Satmati?
That's the third time.
The third time of what?
Yeah.
Pining tree with the $2. Silly judge. Without love, it cannot be seen.
What the heck is this?
I think I'm going to be sealed within the earth.
Ow, my head! What do you think you're doing?
Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learn, you needed to be punished.
Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need?
It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You're a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon.
A sermon? Now?
There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake.
Huh?
Our cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right?
No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet, the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within.
Just great.
And in this case, you're that frog, defense.
What exactly is your point, anyway?
Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who, then, had the opportunity to do so during the show?
Let's see. The people in the show were...
Bonnie DeFemme, the victim Mr. Rias, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFemme was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show. Which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright.
Yeah.
Now do you see? The accused killed Mr. Rias as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident.
No!
O great and merciful Holy Mother, thus another putrid mind has been guided toward enlightenment.
Ugh, I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole.
Objection!
Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here.
Athena? What are you...
There's something I want to point out, Apollo.
And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance.
I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same.
And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity?
I most certainly would. You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl.
Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home.
Hold it!
But I'm not done with my sermon.
You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Satmati, you know.
Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would then have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin.
That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it.
What did you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now?
In my religion, the priestesses of Corainism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women.
He's literally like, now don't get me wrong, I think that all women are queens. I just think that you in particular are stupid.
I also think highly of the female perspective.
Says the man who called this fair maiden a little child.
Who's a fair maiden? I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How indeed was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused, Trucy Wright, that is.
You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that even be possible.
But of course. Just 1 second.
Okay, got it.
There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up.
Huh? Wait! You really can explain it?
I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I've prepared a witness.
Well, well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor.
It's really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial.
He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he?
It's pretty hard to believe.
Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may.
One moment, Detective Sky.
I'm sorry for, the way I handled all of this.
Pining Tree with the $5. Nayata be like, in this sermon I have depicted you as the soy jack while I am the chant. God.
You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable.
It was?
Yes, you served well as a detective and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere, except for all of the times that you did, and I accused you of doing such, and then I had to get mad about it. But other than those times, you overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work.
Oh, thank you.
I hope we can work together again in the future. Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise.
I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say. As long as you're not up against him.
Now then, let us call the next witness.
Time for women's wrongs.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a logomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie DeFam. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you.
Please, witness. There's a time and a place for all things, including magic.
Aw, but what? But would it be okay if I just do a little? It would be okay if I do a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody's waiting. Now's my chance to shine.
That is your second time.
My second time doing what?
There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct?
Eep.
Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering?
May we have your testimony, witness? Once you've recovered from your disappointment.
Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. But I guess I have to, don't I?
As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh?
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
Sure, you're a real fan, all right. Of destroying Trucy, you mean?
I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Rias. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have... If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift number 2. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
You were on stage the whole time? And you're sure about that?
Hold on, yeah, let me look at these things for just a second real quick. So, stage lift 2 is the stage lift Trucy had to move out of the way during the show since it was already all the way up. Bonnie messed up Mr. Hat's position for the escape trick, placing him opposite of the scripted location on the right side. As a result, Trucy had to quickly move the lifts under the stage. She never told anyone that she had moved the stage lifts. Yeah.
There's no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she's shown clearly in the TV show footage as well.
I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Rias. Not little old me.
Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. You gotta be kidding me.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Okay, so let's see. Guess it's possible for a small girl to lift the dead body up if she used a stage lift. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have? If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift number 2. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way. Okay, so let's see. So I don't know for sure if we're gonna be getting to this already, or if I needed to do a little bit more like poking around first, but I'm gonna try it anyway.
Objection!
Okay, no. We probably have to do a little bit more poking around. Or I guess it could be the other thing there, too. But I'm gonna press on these two for just a second. Just out of curiosity first.
Hold it!
Stage lift number 2? You mean the stage lift shown here on the left? Oh, it's the rat!
The what?
Sorry, don't worry about it.
That's right. With the stage lift. I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up to the stage.
And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion.
Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers.
Oh, brother. How long is she gonna keep this act up?
Defense, what position was stage lift number 2 in after the show?
Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position.
Ah! And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree? Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper.
So, now I'm also evil?
Okay. Yeah, let's press on this because also, yeah, she's weirdly insistent about that.
Hold it!
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage?
Don't tell me you suspect me now.
I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes.
You gotta be kidding me. Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. I'm right here in the footage. Or are you too much of an idiot to see?
Huh?
Mr. Pham, are you feeling all right? You seem suddenly different.
Oh, oops. Where'd that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I?
You didn't just snap, you broke character just now.
In any case, I was on stage the whole time, performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance.
Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you'd made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat.
Mr. Pham, to what is the defense referring?
Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flipped it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead.
And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lifts around.
I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof.
Okay. So that was just a sort of more of a demonstrative testimony rather than an end goal one, I suppose.
Darn it. I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimonies.
Now do you know who the real killer is?
The Gurkhaman with the 5 pounds. Why are the Ace Attorney games like a laundrette? Because both involve a lot of pressing. Neither should Pressmo the Clown, though. Jeez. Good one.
Come on, Gramps. Don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling. Pronto. Do it quick before you keel over up there.
Oh, keel over up there. Yeah. Sorry.
I beg your pardon?
Oops. Oh, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry.
Give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Well, defense? Are you ready to let it all go now? Of course not! I'll never give up!
I see. I suppose this too is fate. The sacred scriptures of Krainism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you, who struggles ceaselessly against his fate, Papul Bolshik seems most appropriate.
People boil... what? Oh, wait, that's Krainis.
What sort of terrible place is Papul Bolshik?
A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to an antlion sandpit trap.
Yo, the antlions? Like from Half-Life? No. that was a joke.
Oh, there's one of those in my backyard.
Wow. Krainis Hell's closer to home than I thought.
Now then. It would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim under stage.
How are we supposed to get out of this jam?
Hey, Apollo. If you can't find any contradictions...
Jetty Rail with the Canadian $5. You could have future prediction powers as well, Apollo. Might I interest you in some Tang?
Maybe it's time to use analytical psychology.
You mean...
I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying.
Oh, okay, we're gonna do Mood Matrix. Okay. Gotcha.
See? Widget's picking up on the noise in her heart, too.
That's right. Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. All right, Athena. Let's give it a try.
You got it!
Hold it!
Your Honor! I'm afraid that our witness, Mr. Pham, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident.
She is?
Mm-hmm. Yes. What with that terrible death on stage. And her beloved Trucy getting arrested. She's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she's unfit to testify.
What?
Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Postal stress disorder, right?
Yeah, I too am often stressed about the post.
It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere.
That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD.
Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person.
No, Judge. Yes, okay. And I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness.
Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie. Boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I?
Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady.
And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? With her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling.
I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Widget projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix where I can analyze them.
It sounds like some sort of spurious devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask, how do emotions constitute evidence?
While I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence, per se, I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try.
I see. If you're in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness.
I'll disturb you.
Thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sadmati. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right?
You want me to lead the session?
Of course. You're the lead on this case, after all.
Fair enough, but, do I need a refresher?
No need, we're good.
I think I still remember from the last time, so let's get right into it.
Okie dokie. You ready, Widget?
Let's do this. I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Rias. Even she could move the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time. But that terrible mistake. My stupid flub caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it.
Okay, so I look for inconsistencies between her testimony and her emotions, right?
That's right. Like if she says, I was so happy when the sad marker is lit up. Or if the sad marker doesn't react even though she said she was feeling down. When you find an unexpected emotion, go ahead and pinpoint it.
Okay, we'll give it a try.
Alright, yeah, we've seen this one very obviously. Oh, wait, okay, yeah, it was highlighted.
Got it!
I have to say, Mr. Pham, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you were feeling happy about it.
Oh.
I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because
You messed Trucy up.
I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I?
You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers.
Because we saw you.
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
We saw how you said you hated Trucy Wright. How you were glad she was in trouble. And even how it was what she deserved. Looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak.
Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we could get it down to 0%.
Well, Mr. Pham, are you ready to confess how you really feel?
What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a Ricky magician working hard to be just like my idol Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be. Objection!
Keep that up, Mr. Pham, and you're gonna have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are.
Who I really am.
The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you.
Shut up, you shut your pie hole. You know nothing, don't you know it all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that or I might get flustered.
Mr. Pham, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free!
Ugh. Ugh. Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine. Take a good look.
Holy shit.
What in the world?
Sheep's clothing? You got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf, I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings.
I think we just opened up Pandora's box.
I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel as free as a bat.
I love this design. It's really good.
Defense, your therapy session is taking a turn for the worse from the looks of it. There's a perfectly good explanation for this, isn't there, Miss Sykes?
Methinks I created a monster.
We blew it! Hey you, lobster boy.
Who, me?
You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right!
Does this mean you mean to admit to wishing the defendant harm?
Well, the bat is out of the bag now. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all of that hard physical labor.
When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to?
Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of those huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot!
That's strange. Athena, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony?
All right, I'll update the mood matrix with the new info. Hey, Apollo. Now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony.
Yeah, she finally slipped up. So, what do I need to do now?
Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in her testimony and present evidence to refute it.
Alright. Got you now, Bonnie DeFam.
Okay. So let's see. Allowed to move the body with the lift. I was on stage at the time with a terrible mistake.
You know what? Serves her right. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
Okay. But... yeah, she didn't tell anybody that she did that, though.
Objection!
That doesn't make sense.
What? So, you think I'm crazy now?
No. That's not the point I was trying to make. I mean, yes, but unrelated.
But I don't hear you denying it.
Miss DeFam, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
That's right. And I still say that's just what she deserves.
But how did you know? How'd you know that Miss Wright moved the stage lifts?
Huh?
According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so.
What?
So how could you possibly have known what she had done? Unless you saw her. You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you?
Her face! The little shit-eating grin in the corner.
You did it, Apollo! Noise levels are at 0%.
But Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss DeFam herself was under the stage when the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. Where the victim was killed. You were one artful liar, Miss DeFam, and one spectacular suspect.
Why, you shiny red lobster boy! You're saying I killed Mr. Rios?
I'm saying that it's a possibility. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
Objection!
My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point.
Oh, really?
The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Miss DeFam was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you.
Oh, yeah.
You have just taken a long and senseless journey only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused.
Guess the party's over.
But Miss DeFam knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sadmati?
It's quite simple. The accused must have told Miss DeFam about it, but then forgot.
Ha! Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage.
If Miss DeFam really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time.
You mean she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense.
It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the makes sense part.
We'll just have to make it make sense.
Okay.
Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That's the defense's assertion.
I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd.
I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor.
My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once?
Well, okay.
There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it?
There were two of them?
I suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose three screws to the head should righten his putrid brain.
Very well, bailiff.
He's literally like, could you go get them? They're in the drawer. And
No! Wait! Please, listen to my argument!
Very well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen.
As was argued earlier, Mr. Pham is shown in the footage that whole time. But at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two Bonnies.
That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sadmati?
This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws.
But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two.
But we don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So, if the Bonnie to Pham in the footage is the real Bonnie, then the Bonnie here on the witness stand, the one who must have been understage, this Bonnie to Pham is our second Bonnie.
She is?
Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe I've just the piece of evidence to prove that a Miss Bonnie 2 number 2 exists.
Oh? Then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a Bonnie number 2?
wait. Hold on just a second. Okay. Let's watch this again real quick. I don't think it's this, but I just want to be sure. Yeah, so she's definitely, like, here the whole time. So I don't think it would be that. I have a couple of thoughts about what it could be. So I'm just gonna try both. Or, like, if one doesn't work, then I'll try the other one. That's... Because, yeah, there is a teleportation trick. But... Actually, the first thing that grabbed my mind was this sword stand here. Because of the additional cane.
Take that!
Try that. Nope! It's not that! Although, actually, now that I think about it, though. This wasn't what I was thinking of just a second ago, but...
Take that!
What's this?
During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. but they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. An unknown third party's fingerprints? I was not told of this.
Emma must have kept it from him.
So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Mr. Pham, or should I say Bonnie number 2? These are your fingerprints, aren't they?
Talk to them.
Enough of this foolishness! One person could not possibly be two. Those fingerprints could have been left, not only during the show, but at any time.
Objection!
It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sadmati. And I'm sure you know that. Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice?
The issue is who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonnie DeFam's. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us?
Oh! You mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying?
It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Sadmati, can you really look at her and still say that?
What are you looking at? Take a picture, it'll last longer.
How could this be? If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they, Bonnie number 2?
Witness! Is what the defense has said true?
Fine. I admit it. The fingerprints are mine.
Then does that mean you aren't Bonnie DeFam?
What? Ridiculous!
Aren't there really 2 Bonnies? Are there really 2 Bonnies?
Nope, there's only one Bonnie. That's because I'm Betty. Betty DeFam.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement as this lagomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely. It's showtime!
Oh, this is a fun sequence.
What an amazing trick! The witness is suddenly split into 2 people!
It's not a trick. No gimmick to it either. We're simply twins.
What?
Twins?
So that's how the teleportation trick works?
Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been.
Jesse Springer with the $2. They're twinning so awesome and adorable. They are very cute.
Then I don't have to hide anymore. That's right. Our days of sneaking around are finally over.
Their cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it.
So, which one of you is the nice Bonnie DeFam we met in the dressing room? Kirby Superstar with the $5. Finally, it's Betty, my favorite Ace Attorney character of all time. She's fun, wicked, and purple. Basically, she's Genocider Show, but as a magician. Yeah, I mean, in a manner of speaking, I suppose.
That would be me.
And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw at the ratings with the ratings Raja under stage was
Hey, who are you calling sharp-tongued?
It's all starting to make sense now.
So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it?
It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So, Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was under stage, did have the opportunity.
Well, so, we now have two suspects.
Wait just a minute there, lobster boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Oh, well, speak up, huh?
Hold it!
Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there?
Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back.
Prosecutor Saudmati, Betty DeFam is ready to testify. What do you say?
Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your twilight hell or whatever for being a liar?
You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather,
I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil. In interrogation hell.
now then, Betty DeFam, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage.
It's true. I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rios was supposed to do. That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. If it was in the script. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it. I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up! You're gonna give it away! Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Rios.
Well, that was certainly different.
How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick.
Oh my, she's floating!
Your Honor. You can see she's being held up from below.
You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette.
But, I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out.
Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Stop being such a party pooper. You're ruining the magic.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's true, I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. The fire trick, the one Mr. Rios was supposed to do. That's right, it's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It's in the script, I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up, you're gonna give it away. Anyway, I was real busy. Way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Rios. So, Betty was too busy getting ready. Oh, wait, that's Apollo.
So, but he was too busy getting ready for the next trick to have time for the murder. Huh.
There must be some way to prove that that wasn't the case. Yeah, so, okay. Looking at the stuff related to that. But yeah,
Unfortunately for you, the bucket doesn't appear to have been used at any point, and if you were getting ready for it, then you would have already filled it with water by that point. Yeah. I guess probably present on this statement, but I will save just to be sure.
Objection!
Yep.
I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier.
Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick.
No one except me, you mean?
Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? Oh, we do? I told you to keep it zipped.
No, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony?
The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust.
Yeah.
You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty?
You got me!
Betty DeFam, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty. Can't hide it any longer. You might as well tell them. Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do.
Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she
Knew the show wouldn't go on.
You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would then be canceled.
Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man! I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off. Is that what you want, huh?
Objection!
Whatever, they can grow back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already.
I can't reveal my secrets. I'm a magician.
Objection!
You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit, Defense. And having chanced upon a convenient target, you've let yourself get carried away.
Exactly. Where is your proof, huh?
And yet, I concede that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness.
Deceitful trickery.
As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again.
But all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you're admitting your guilt?
Of course not! I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do. You... Lobster boy, cue ball, geezer, headcase, brat, Cerberus monk! Cerberus monk, sorry.
Cerberus. Cerberus. That's an interesting choice, actually.
Cue ball geezer?
Headcase Brad, really?
Betty, calm down. Come on now, deep breaths, deep breaths. Oh, look. I'm not the murderer, I tell you.
Then how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick?
I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract.
Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection!
I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Allow me to summarize your assertions, Defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. And second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it.
Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage.
But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason?
Like what?
In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance.
Planned out?
After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports, I even browsed tabloid magazines. How very industrious of you. I'm impressed. During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct?
Is that true?
Betty, please, let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore. Dang it. Fine. You got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank. A big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Rias showing up dead in the coffin. The set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted.
It was all...
A prank?
Dude, it's just a joke, dude.
Bonnie, is this really true?
Yes, Mr. Rias was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go.
So, he was in on it too?
That's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. And then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went.
What? What the heck kind of prank is that?
But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Rias.
I'm so completely lost right now.
Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do.
All right. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once, we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else.
Oh, that's cute.
After our teleportation trick, I went down under stage. When Mr. Rias's body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right. I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece. And made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trissy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Rias to come back to life in front of a panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That's how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he kind of just stayed on the ground.
What kind of sick joke is that?
It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show.
I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ratings Raja's idea anyway.
Yeah, it sounds like just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with.
This is the prank plan script we got from the ratings Raja. Dang it! You made us break our contract! Now we won't get paid!
Yeah, let's look at that. Mr. Rios' body will appear in the supposedly empty coffin, which should cause a big ruckus. After capturing a bit of Trucy's reaction on film, Mr. Rios will come back to life, laughing and flying up into the air, causing another round of surprise.
But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim? And when?
Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Rios was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of a prank, then when he was under stage, there would still be life within him. And if that's the case, then Betty was also under stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin?
Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video.
Greetings, viewers. It is I, the great Mr. Rios. We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with a rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, I will be in it, acting as though I've met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? I can hardly wait.
He's about to hide in the coffin?
It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage, where Betty DeFam was, and came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Rios appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw.
It appears that way, yes.
Atropos with the $2. Funny prank where I pretend to be a dead body. Yeah, funny prank where I traumatize a 17-year-old. Always real fun.
And defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Rios entered the coffin.
Oh, so does that mean?
Yes, it's horrible but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. Went into the coffin where Mr. Rios was hiding. Trucy Wright thrust her blade.
See? Told you so.
So, are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank?
It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself. Miss Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank?
What? I...
Tell him, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right?
Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Objection.
Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence.
It looks like some sort of note.
That's...
I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now. What's this?
Let's see. It says, get the video camera after Mr. Rias comes tumbling out.
It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Rias's video camera from him, it seems.
I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense.
I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank.
It does bear her signature. I'll give you that much.
But I mean, okay, hold on. This is really obvious. Like, first of all, the note itself, the font is very, like, type font. Does not look like she wrote that part. And then you could just use the clipboard to get her to sign it. That is really, really easy to see.
So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank? It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood, chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright?
Of course not! I didn't write it, and I didn't write or sign that note!
But the handwriting matches yours. All of the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit.
But I didn't do it! It wasn't me!
Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not?
I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Rias! You have to believe me!
The silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself. Miss Wright, it's time to resign yourself to your fate.
No, I didn't do it.
Ha! I knew it! That sweet-looking girl, a murderer?
She took all of us in with that act of hers.
I told you! I knew she was a homicidal little witch from the start!
I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anybody believe me?
Shut up, you killer! We won't fall for that anymore! This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves. Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant, Trucy Wright.
Objection!
The defense has an objection!
Apollo?
You. Even now, you would... I won't give up. And I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me? And Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me? Mr. Justice, the fact that you've raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claims, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor.
Do we really have anything, Apollo?
Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may proceed. As we saw in the show footage,
There's no question that the defendant thrust a sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show, filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value.
So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved?
Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. And what was it Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin?
Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdicts to make this claim. You will be severely penalized if I find you're bluffing.
That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death.
I feel like this one is pretty obvious, but just because the penalty is so severe, let's just be careful.
Take that!
Gotcha.
What's this? A sword from the show?
That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand under stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did.
I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't a rubber sword, was it? But then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage?
Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one.
Objection!
Do you not know when to give up, stinkbug?
That's not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the steel one.
Objection!
But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater. There was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there!
Objection!
If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Rios was alive when he entered that coffin?
Objection!
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial!
Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue. Very well, Your Honor.
Yes! I saved it! Somehow. Too close for comfort, but still.
Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and defense to use this time to prepare.
Alright, well, with that little recess, I am also going to take a quick BRB to grab a little snack because I am hungry and I need something in my stomach or else I will die. So, BRB. All right, I'm back. Had an ice cream sandwich because I thought that it would be funny. Actually, I just wanted one, but I thought it would be funny because I had one on the before the save data stream yesterday too, and people were talking about that. So I decided to keep it on theme. Sorry to hear about that, Gurkuman, about the super chat not processing. Though I would guess maybe it is like a card issue. That sounds like a card issue anyway. It's kind of like if something like that has ever happened to me, it's usually been something like that. Mark Zero, I've never had an ice cream sandwich before. You should. They're really good. I get the great value ones because not only are they not like in any way like poor quality, like they are pretty cheap and you get like a box of like 12 of them. So they last like a pretty decent amount of time if you don't just like fly through them really quick. Which is good for me. I love ice cream sandwiches, man. I get the great value ones because they're great value. I mean, yeah, exactly. Great value is better than people would have you believe. They're really like honestly, you know, people rag on great value too much. Anywho, let's get back to it.
Phew, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth.
I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor said Maddie either. You know, with the way he says let it go and move on as if it's nothing.
Let it go and move on, huh?
Oh boy, am I... who is this? Oh boy, am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? Is it him? Oh no, it's fucking you. It's Breden's. Okay.
Got your next evil scheme in the works already? What do you want? Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Grammary Creed tells you to do? How's it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of Troop Grammary?
Go away, you creep!
Oh, what's this? Something just charged into frame. Looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Gonna be Trucy's pet?
Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to go get the bailiff?
Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me.
Huh? What happened to the camera?
Just disappeared right before our very eyes. I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. Bet I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby!
I hate this guy.
He called in some of Trucy's fans. But for what purpose?
Apollo? That thing Mr. Rettens just did. That was some high-level sleight of hand.
Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that?
I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills.
Oh, okay. So that's why you've got a grudge against Troop Grammary, huh? You're just jealous. I mean, even though I wouldn't want to be jealous of Troop Grammary, I wouldn't want to be in their ranks anyway. do you know all the shit that happened in that troop? I would not be sitting there like, oh, it should have been me. I would be sitting there like, thank fucking God I didn't end up in that troop.
No way. But I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings.
Mr. Lawyer? Who? Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something?
Well, there's something that's been bothering me.
Really? What is it?
Well, you see. Hey, dummy, what are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Buddy, who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you harebrain. Me, but I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me, now!
I wonder what was bothering her.
There's no way we're finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that.
Court's about to reconvene. Will you be alright testifying?
Yes, it's just... I wonder what Mr. Rettens has up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans.
Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeve, too. He'd better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. You're Trucy right, and you'll be fine!
Oh, there goes Apollo with his best trick.
That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine.
Alright, I'll give it a try.
Gurkha Man, I just checked PayPal, the money went out from it, and it was refunded, which means it's 100% Google's fault. Yeah, I mean, you know, many such cases, I suppose. When in doubt, blame Google.
I'm Trucy Wright, and I'm fine! Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now.
That a girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great.
Thanks. I'll be fine. I can do this.
All right, Justice. You can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial.
Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand.
Trucy Wright. Magician.
Here comes the liar, the deceitful witch.
Throw the murderer in jail! The last member of that criminal troupe! Boo! We don't want to see you on any stage! Order! The gallery will be quiet, or I will have you all thrown out on the spot.
What's with all the hecklers?
I bet they're the fans Mr. Rettens invited.
What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out.
Now then, Mr. Wright, this court would like...
Wait, what? Did I just misread? Okay, yeah, I misread that. For a second, I was like, what?
Miss Wright, this court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue.
She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her already. Give her the death penalty. Yeah!
Who's that fucking freak?
Silence! All of you! I won't tell you again! Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify?
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Trucy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this.
I'd like to make a small request. How about, instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourself.
In spite of everything, she's still smiling.
Our Trucy is amazing, isn't she?
She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following the troop Grammary Creed even now. She really is something else.
It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody.
Uh-huh. This is fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Which they allow me to have in court for some reason. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto Swordo! There, I've switched it. And now... Hup. As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
Bravo, Miss Wright!
Wow, she switched them in a flash! I couldn't see her do it at all! She's completely turned the room around.
The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering.
Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, sir, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know.
I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show.
So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain?
Exactly. So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. And as for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I? That's our Trucy.
Yeah, still. Miss Wright? That part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right?
Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court.
That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there, but now that I've found it, I have to get to the bottom of it.
Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. But try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic.
I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination.
Okay, so I do want to check something real quick. Let's watch this again. Wish I could fast forward it, but... Okay. So there's Mr. Hat doing his thing. Disappears. You see the shadow. There's Trucy with the sword. She's turning it. Now, does she do the twirl? She didn't do the twirl. She just appeared and did the thing. She did not do a twirl. Okay. Interesting.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword.
Hold it!
Please be careful, Miss Wright.
Don't worry, I've practiced this trick 1,000 times. That's right, Apollo. You have to give Trucy some credit. She knows what she's doing.
I know. Still makes me nervous every time.
But that's what magic is all about. A truly great magician can make her audience experience all kinds of thrills and chills.
I guess you're right. I'd better try not to interrupt her too much while she's doing the trick. I don't want to distract her or break her concentration.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, back to the exciting world of magic.
Thrills, chills, and kills?
Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is.
Hold it!
Miss Wright! Please, don't swing that big dangerous thing around! Somebody could get hurt!
Apollo! Please don't shout when I'm swinging said blade around. Somebody could get hurt.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry about that. Couldn't help myself.
You should know better than to talk to me when I'm on stage.
Mr. Justice, I'll see you in my chambers after court is adjourned.
Uh-oh. I don't suppose somebody could make me disappear before that happens.
Let's just watch quietly, shall we, Apollo?
And now, back to the show. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed.
Hold it!
So it's definitely a real sword, right?
Now, Apollo. I know you're excited, but you have to control yourself.
Mr. Justice, if you needlessly interrupt this wonderful magic show again, I will be forced to bring my very real gavel down on your head.
The judge seems to be completely taken in by Trucy's magic.
Yeah. It's like she's cast a magic spell over him. I'd better not interrupt her anymore. There's no telling what the judge might do to me.
Miss Wright, please ignore any further outbursts from Mr. Justice, and proceed with your spectacular trick.
Alright, here I go then.
Is he actually gonna punish me if I keep doing it? I'm kind of curious.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and...
Hold it!
Oops. I did it again.
I've had it up to here, Apollo. Can't you listen quietly like a big boy?
Sorry about that. I got a little too worked up.
Apollo.
Now, boys and girls, watch carefully, and please don't kick the seat in front of you. I will now take this sword and... Presto Sordo! There, I've switched it.
Hold it!
So you switched the swords when you spun around just now?
That's right. It's the same way I do the trick in the actual magic show, too. But I'm also doing a lot of extra things that I don't do during the show right now, though.
The key point is the sword switching. If only we could prove that she did it during the actual show, too.
Right. Prove that she switched them during the show.
What's the matter, Apollo? You look troubled.
Oh, it's nothing. Uh-oh. This is quite the pickle. How should I go about handling this?
Miss Wright, please continue with your trick.
So you've all just witnessed me switching the swords. And now... Hup!
Hold it!
Watch out!
Yeah! What do you think you're doing, Apollo?
Oh, but you were putting yourself in danger! I couldn't just stand by and not say something!
Mr. Justice, you're putting your head in danger of meeting my gavel.
Apollo, you'd better apologize before you become this case's next victim.
I'm very sorry, everyone. How did it come to this?
All right, boys and girls. You want to ask for an encore? Wait until the end, okay? Now then, my sword was sharp as steel just moments ago, but... As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
Hold it!
Wow, that's incredible! When in the world did you switch them?
But I explained it once already.
Could you show it to me again?
Sure. But remember, a magician doesn't usually share her secrets. So this is a very special exception.
And I'm very grateful for your generosity, believe me. I'd better take a good hard look at the instant she switches the swords.
Even though she explained how she does it, I still can't see her do it. It blows me away no matter how many times I watch.
Yeah, me too. But
What is it, Apollo?
Did you notice anything about the way Trucy moves during the trick?
You mean like her movement?
I don't get it. What's the real story, Trucy?
Okay. Just take the sword and... Presto Sordo. There, I've switched it. Okay. So, yeah. Once again, I'm gonna save here just in case. Whoops. Just in case. And...
Objection!
Yep.
Miss Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you.
What is it, Apollo?
There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage.
What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times.
Then what's going on here? Miss Wright, I have the show footage right here, and the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it.
What? But I did it!
So, it really is the exact movement you switched the swords? The exact moment you switched the swords?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I knew it. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused's lie for me.
Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show?
No, Your Honor. That wasn't my intention. I mean...
I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Objection!
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I'm afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are false.
But
Now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap swords, it means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Rias's death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion.
The defense,
Objection!
the defense has an objection. To you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out just now.
But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something, I'm sure of it!
Would the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage. Through her actions, I'm afraid I've come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions. It's such a shame.
But I did switch the swords. I swear.
You're knee-deep in it now, Justice.
Oh? Oh, hey!
Excuse me.
Let's see. You are, which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Botty?
It's Bonnie. You are mixing the two names together, Your Honor.
Pardon me. And do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify.
About what?
The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Rias.
Bonnie?
Hey, what's the big idea? Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician. Would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you harebrained hare? You keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down.
No. I won't be quiet.
What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me?
Trucy said something to me once.
Huh?
She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you,
You can't give up or give in. That's what being a professional magician's all about. Isn't that right, Trissy? That's right, Bonnie.
I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty. Afraid to defy her. So I did what she said.
But when I saw Trissy today, she gave me strength.
She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic.
Hurry up and convict her already.
Give her the death penalty. Yeah.
I'd like to make a small request. How about, instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be all right, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves.
Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything.
She's just incredible.
So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. What have you done to my sister, Trissy, right? You've practically brainwashed her.
It's the power of Trissy's conviction. That's what it is. It touched Bonnie's heart.
Yeah. Truly really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess?
Yes. Ever since I saw the show footage, something has been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage.
What do you mean by that, Bonnie?
I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Objection.
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. It can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday.
Objection.
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show's footage.
But what can we check it against? Do you have some other footage of the show?
Well,
I have some show footage.
you do?
One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show. And then, afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present.
He did?
To tell you the truth, I thought it was kinda creepy, so I was gonna get rid of it.
Hold it.
Please submit that footage to the court.
So that was the significance of that guy being a creep. I see.
Now then, let's take a look at this new footage.
Okay. So we have the Mr. Hat bit. She walks over to this side of the stage. Oh, dude. Really? Okay. It's the part with Trucy teleporting in. She turns, gasps. Oh, uh-huh. Some cards. The shock, oh my god. Ah, run.
Wow. Okay then.
He really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he? I think his cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work.
Well, defense, do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting? Of course I do!
Okay, so how are we gonna go about this?
Let's try comparing the two. We might just find an inconsistency between them.
An inconsistency, huh?
Yes, the two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt that there was something off about the original footage. So if we can pick out what's different between the two...
We'll know what Bonnie found strange.
Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword-switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage.
Very well. I'll allow it.
what a waste of time.
Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage?
No, I've never done it before.
I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the video player's buttons to go through the footage. When you want to speed through, use the fast forward button. And if you want to go back, use the rewind button. If you want to halt the playback, just use the pause button. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame-by-frame playback.
Okay. And so how do I switch between the two videos?
Just use the switch camera button. Now, if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present it to the court.
Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff.
Not really. I just gave it some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it.
What? I sure hope she guessed right. Anyway, let's give it a try.
Okay. So... should go to the moment of this. Yeah, so there's that. Okay, so hold on. Hold up just a second. Okay, it actually goes to the corresponding moment. That's interesting. So she has the same pose, yeah. But what's this all about? What are these cards? Because, as far as I can tell, there's no cards in this footage. I don't see any. So, what's going on here?
This is it right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front.
Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front.
Hey, you're right. What's going on here?
Miss Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards?
Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick.
What?
Mr. Justice, does this mean?
Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage.
So the footage was edited.
Yes, with malicious intent.
That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you fucking asshole. I figured you were next up.
It's you. Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding, believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers.
And who might you be?
Right. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there. Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor.
Oh, well, how very polite of you.
It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Sadmati. Please, take my card.
A business card.
Ah, yes. I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I have even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crack-a-lackin', homie, for example.
Okay.
Oh, you're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before.
Yes, Roger Rettens, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He's a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He's best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby."
Oh my! So you're the ratings Raja.
Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here.
I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But Prosecutor Sadmati, how do you know so much about him?
In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the ratings Raja goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine.
What? You went to the Burger Barn?
Who would have thought? You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? 'Cause that's line. Whew. Compared to my ascetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way.
I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers.
Prosecutor Sadmati's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside, Mr. Rettens, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned?
Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You don't get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled.
Oh, when Trucy spins around, huh? You mean the thing that we were arguing she didn't do? The thing that you tried to lead me into believing she did not do? Oh, geez, it was so innocent of you to edit this part out, huh?
Did you see the part that was cut where Trucy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be.
And it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick.
Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Rias. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean?
I know what you're gonna fucking imply.
Well, Trucy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. So yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Rias when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse.
Wait, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You piece of shit.
I say Trucy murdered Mr. Rias when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon and nobody'd be the wiser.
Oh yeah, you know, he wouldn't have, like, screamed and been like, ah, help me, I'm being murdered. Please, everyone sitting beyond this this set prop dragon, please help me, I'm being stabbed. He wouldn't have said anything about that.
I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage, too. It's toward the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. Might be easier to just see it for yourselves. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy.
Actually, no.
She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim.
Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way.
Does it? She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. What? No. No. That's not, yeah, exactly, Kirby Superstar. That is not how shadows work. No. What? Huh? It looks like it's literally flying up to the ceiling, you fucking idiot. Okay.
Objection!
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting? That the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? You see? There's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot.
That would be fine with me. Prosecutor Sadbody?
This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case.
Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I've got to say. Promise.
Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed.
All right. With Prosecutor Sadbodi's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Rettens.
Roger Rettens, the ratings Raja, now Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers.
Gift Nova, since you called me pretty, I'll allow it.
Footage is meant to be edited, I tell ya. Scenes are spliced together and long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. Wasn't like it was done maliciously or something.
Ouch. Punches you repeatedly, fucking dickhead. You were such a fucking bad liar.
It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. About that.
I see. So, you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword-swapping scene was cut?
Except... you have the fucking... liability contract where you say that if she fucks it up, then she'll have to pay you $3 million. Oh yeah, I have no ulterior motive in wanting to make it look like she fucked it up. No.
That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection. How cool. Sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. And cut. There. Got some good stuff there.
Mr. Rettens, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse.
Whoops. My bad, Judge.
And if the defense has an issue, it can point it out during its cross-examination.
Alright. So. All stations out of footage this way. Wasn't like it was done maliciously. It's a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Okay, yeah, so about that.
Objection!
Shit! Okay, maybe I got a little ahead of myself.
The witness's statement contradicts this piece of evidence, Your Honor.
And just what part of the testimony is inconsistent with this evidence?
Huh? That's funny. I thought I saw an inconsistency for it a second ago. Disappeared. Like magic. The murder occurred during a magic show, so crazy things like this are bound to happen.
Oh, really? Well, then let's see how magical you think this penalty is. Get dunked on, bitch.
Sorry. Seems pretty normal to me, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's save. Okay.
Hold it!
Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, big shot.
Big shot! Spamton! Okay.
It's hard being the boss, kid. You gotta make the tough choices, like which content gets cut. Then let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell you, people tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law. boy do I have some for you, champ. I might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it.
Okay, now we're getting to it.
Take that!
No? Okay. Never mind, I suppose.
That thing? What could that possibly prove? But take a good look right here. Wouldn't you agree that it puts you in a bad light? But looking bad and having evil intentions are two entirely different things. Look at me, for example. I'm not evil, but I am a bit of a bad boy. Okay.
Oh, if I could be a bad boy myself. But bad lawyers get penalties for presenting bad evidence.
Okay. Look, I didn't mean anything by it. It was just a coincidence I edited out that scene.
Okay. So. Wait, I can't remember. Did I? Whatever. Just save here. It doesn't matter. It don't matter. None of this matters.
Hold it!
Okay, let's go back through that. Okay. I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Okay, so let's comb through a little bit more. Let's not get ahead of myself. Mysterious is apparently also from True Grammar 13 years ago. Yeah, I don't know about that. Escape trick. Oh, well, that actually might be a slightly more obvious one. Gurkha Man with the 5 pounds.
Apollo, you're pretty fond of using alliteration. Only for the letter R, you ridiculously reckless, repugnant ruffian.
Jeez. But yeah, anyway. I think, yeah, maybe this is probably a better choice. Yep, okay.
Huh? What's that you got there? This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show.
Actually, I presented the clipboard, but okay.
This contract between the first party, Take Two TV, and the second party, Miss Wright, reads...
I feel like I should have been able to present either one of those on that, but oh well.
If through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party.
$3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum.
I couldn't agree more. And of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Rettens had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it.
Conned her? How did he do that?
There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her.
But $3 million? That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Rettens.
Where's your proof linking me to that tricked-out clipboard? You don't have any, do you?
Okay. So. Let us see. What does the description of the clipboard itself say again? Okay, so I don't think that would necessarily be enough. But there is the prank plan, which means he intentionally engineered her getting fucked up. I don't know if that counts for this particular statement, though. Because right now we're looking for proof that link him to the clipboard, in particular. Or am I overthinking it? I don't know. I mean, he did also sign the thing, but I don't know. There is also this. There is also this. Let's give it a shot.
Objection!
Got it.
You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster? I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare the signature to the one here on the contract.
Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same.
That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent! Say, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Rettens. The fact is that you bear ill will against my client. So the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions. Isn't that right?
Objection!
What a forced argument, defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will towards Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed. Or is it pecuniary? I don't know.
That's right. I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I'd never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. So I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right?
I mean, you are literally admitting to a very serious crime in and of itself right there.
You didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Fat chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. And I'll prove those grammary magicians are all a bunch of lowlives. I can't prove it with anything, but the things he said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Rettens and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them.
Hidden connection? What is it now? Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it's just another one of the defense's feckless claims.
Objection!
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously.
Will I really? Very well then. Do proceed. Did you figure something out, Apollo?
Nope, not a thing.
What?
That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training.
I hope you know what you're doing.
If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Rettens?
Ew, no, game. That is not a serious option. Shut up. Anyway, Rettens is a magician too.
That sleight of hand trick Mr. Rettens did during the recess earlier.
Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get a bailiff?
Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. What if Mr. Rettens is a magician too?
What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me.
Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way.
Objection!
Your argument is hardly worth responding to.
But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Cryanism states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey.
Yeah, doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit, he isn't gonna get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Rettens perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. Well, I think it'd be pretty funny if I were a magician. You must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor?
If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will toward the accused.
I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, shortstop?
You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Pony Pony. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey.
Numbskull for a numbskull. Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there.
I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it?
Hold on. I can think of one person. One magician who had a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troop Grammary.
How?
No way!
Is something wrong, Mr. Justice?
Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time.
I see. And what sort of evidence do you have for us?
Evidence that points to the real killer. The one who had a motive to commit this crime.
What? And what have you come up with this time, defense?
Trucy Wright is the sole heir to Troop Grammary, and its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that one person with a grudge against Miss Wright. That's right, Max Galactic! Okay.
Take that!
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice?
13 years ago, the great Mr. Rias belonged to Troop Grammary. But then, the troop outed him, and Mr. Rias vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir?
But Mr. Rias is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect.
But is he really dead?
What do you mean, is he really dead?
If the fact that Mr. Rias is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Rias? Aha.
What? You mean the victim was an imposter?
Not Mr. Rias? Then what about the real Mr. Rias?
It would mean the real Mr. Rias is still alive. That's absurd.
Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Rias if not the victim of this case?
It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick. The trick to this entire case! This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer. The one who hated Troop Grammary and wanted to sully its name. The magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Rias in his stead. The real Mr. Rias is... Trucy Wright!
Take that!
But that's...
Yes. Yes, it is. Roger Rent, is the real Mr. Rias.
What? What? Him?
Objection.
O hollow red pepper, your impotent seeds sprout naught but meaningless, empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory.
That's not a bad idea for a soap opera. But not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that the Mr. Rias in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that,
Oh shit!
I just need you to look at this spot on this poster.
It's the scar.
This is the injury Mr. Rias sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury.
Oh my, you're absolutely right.
Now, Mr. Reddens, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Reddens, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court take a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Come on now. I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there, because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Is this what you were hoping to see?
Oh, there it is! The scar!
Just as I thought. That's right. I'm the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark understage of history. The great Mr. Reyes.
Oh, Rias. Sorry. I don't know why I pronounced it wrong. I think I was just mixing up because of the way you pronounce his name. Anyway.
This
It's totally...
absurd.
This is a really good track.
How ironic, wouldn't you say? That this odious mark carved into me by Troop Grammary would bring me back into the limelight once more.
Strange are the karmic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Rias, then who was the victim who perished in the magic show?
He was but a fan. Met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he'd become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Rias. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle.
And when did this man take over for you?
About 2 years ago. I taught him my tricks and even acted as his producer. And so, a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight. Courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show.
You really had us all fooled.
Mr. Rettens, or should I say Mr. Rias? In your hatred of Troop Grammary, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery. And then set up Miss Right to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the Grammary name! I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true. But it was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That's how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Grammaries.
Objection!
But if it was a secret prank planned by the very few... A secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? Yeah! Yikes!
His head!
Just kidding. What the heck was that? Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati?
Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi.
What?
Recall, defense, that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Rettens was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot all about that. So, what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter?
Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court more about your alibi.
Very well, then. On with the show. Are you watching, Magnifique Grammary? The time's come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Grammary line will be no more. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? His staff did say he was there at the station, so it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi.
But that can't be right. If Mr. Rettens is the killer, he'd have to have been at the theater.
There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. I assure you there are no holes on Mr. Rias's stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi.
Okay. At the station at the time of Penrose performance, I was busy working on another TV program. Could spare no time for the magic show.
What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more appropriate. It's Ratings Raja's special production. Yeah! Hang loose, baby! It's called Desperation Regeneration. You switched personas just to say that? What's the show about? Washed up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game's given a second chance at their career. A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right?
Might I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity?
And let the Ratings Raja produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime.
You have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be your true calling.
Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of this program during the Penrose performance.
To ask my staff if you doubt my claim.
How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I make it my business to perform solo. My magic has neither want nor need of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's the complete opposite of Trucy.
There were many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same.
He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself.
Yeah, it's almost too good, you know? It's eerie how perfect it is. Has all been revealed to you now? And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth.
Hold it!
I've got it! Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? I Again with the twins business? You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row?
If you do not believe him, Defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though I'm sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless.
Yeah, I guess the twins theory's a little far-fetched.
The perfect alibi, huh? It's no good, Apollo. I can't find a hole anywhere.
There's gotta be some kind of trick to it. I know there's a trapdoor in there somewhere.
A trapdoor, huh? But I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't press that first statement. That's true.
Hold it!
But you did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right?
Indeed.
Anxious to see how the show was progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see. My journey took about 10 minutes by car. Could he actually have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? Allow me to allow me a stab at reading your mind. Uh-huh. Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? How would the... But no, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver's a big fan of the ratings, Raja. I even gave him my card. He gave the driver his card? That was very clever of him. You might as well give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident.
Okay.
His alibi really is airtight.
I believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there is no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites for the victim have been dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it's resting on top of your Honor's head. It is? The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm.
Apollo, Trucy will be thrown in prison. We'll be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishies, will you sell me some at a good price?
I told you, I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Think, Justice. You have to figure this out. It's no use. I can't find a single flaw. So what now? Behold my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mysterious, and stay for my grand illusion until the end of time. Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his?
That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there.
In other words, you make us see illusions, right?
We call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is.
Could it be? You know what, Mr. Rettens? I guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you've prepared for us. An illusion that subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad?
Have you got something, Apollo?
I just remembered something Trucy said about it. Misdirection. When a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. If we've all been taken for a ride by Mr. Retton's magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? If I reevaluate the validity of all of these things, then just maybe... Athena, there's something uncanny about this case.
Okay, what is it?
Retton's alibi. It's too perfect.
That's true. It's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try.
But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think.
I'm not following. Whoops, sorry.
We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi.
Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right?
It's definitely a possibility.
Would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there?
Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak.
And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of?
This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time.
Let's see.
We've been assuming that he's guilty.
The culprit was on scene. I mean, yeah, I guess there's that. But we have been assuming that he was killed there. I don't know if that that recording, though, I'm not sure when that recording was made. I don't remember. Yeah, they don't say anything about... I'm gonna try this just to see.
The actual scene of the crime wasn't the theater, but the TV station. If Mr. Retton's brought the victim's body to the theater after the fact...
No, yeah, that doesn't work because obviously it wouldn't have been able to do that. I was just kind of thinking of it in terms of like, well, what if it was just done beforehand and then set up for it to, you know, whatever. But yeah, that's a little bit too...
What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Retton's perfect alibi would become irrelevant.
That's just, yeah, that's the thing that I couldn't think of before, too, though. I was wondering how you would be even able to do that remotely, but I guess we'll see.
Objection!
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection!
But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit?
Well, if it's not the culprit's, then whose is it?
I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor. That's right, Mr. Hat committed the murder during the magic show itself.
In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us.
This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit.
Yeah.
Take that!
Mr. Justice, how does that even remotely resemble this shadowy figure?
I thought it looked pretty similar. Do you not think so?
What?
Not in the slightest.
Huh? That's funny. It looks pretty shady to me.
And your logic is even shadier.
Okay, never mind, I guess. Pretty much figured there was only one thing that was rising into the top of the stage, but... Oh, shit. I can't save here. Okay. I guess I'll just watch the whole thing through just to make sure. So yeah, there was that other shadow there. I mean, surely it's not just the other shadow though, right? Why not? I mean, like, it just feels kind of weird to me to be like, I can prove what that shadow was. It was a shadow. You know, like, yeah, duh. I mean, I can try it out, I guess.
Take that!
Okay, game. I guess.
Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure?
Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it?
Miss Wright, could you identify this shadow for the court?
Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow.
Yeah, It's almost like I said that or something.
It's from when he's being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire.
Then could this shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too?
No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there.
In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. Okay.
Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice.
He's right. We've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand.
What's the second shadow shown in the footage?
Okay. Let's see. I mean... I mean... Huh. Okay, Oh wait, that's right. He does have the fucking the little hoist though. That's true. Worklaser 9000, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Almost 2 years now. Dang. Okay, let's try it.
Take that!
If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there's only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Rias. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery.
The victim?
Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Reddens? Indeed. And what of it?
I guess the only reason I didn't think that it was his body was just because I figured, like, I didn't remember there being any blood up there on any of the beams or whatever. Has been a minute, though, so I don't remember. But...
I contend that that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air.
So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, The victim flew up into the air, just as the prank script says.
Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true piece de resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show.
Don't tell me. You've got it all figured out?
Yes, I think so. If we can just look beyond Mr. Rettens' last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk, just like Mr. Hat, and hit the cushioning up there with considerable force. I just have to figure out what else happened up there at that time.
Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready.
In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that?
I mean, considering what we're accusing him of having somehow committed the murder while not being there, I would have to imagine that this relates to murdering him. But I don't know, though. I mean, it wouldn't have been to hide the body, because the body was found after the fact, so... Yeah, let's just go with it. Okay!
Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die, when he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure out how these two questions relate, the answer should become clear.
Could it be?
Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of the prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled up into the air, after Miss Wright was called backstage and just as the set piece fell. But the culprit already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or a blade of some sort.
What? You mean...
Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air and straight into a blade there in the catwalk.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick.
What?
Remotely?
Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Rettens was at the time of death.
But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice?
Just look at my 3DS screen, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice, it's on PC now. It's not 3D anymore.
Oh. That kind of makes this a little bit less impressive then. Anyway, just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. Yin and Man of Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade.
Oh, then that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape!
The blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled.
Oh, that's why his curtain was like that. That's why the cloak was like that. Yeah.
Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled up to the cushion.
I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it.
You were used, Betty. Roger Rettens used you.
I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around.
After the incident occurred, Mr. Rettens arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage.
But how did he have time to do all of that?
When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see.
A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show? That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off.
As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Rettens, who killed the victim, all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Gramarye! Uh-huh. Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. You can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sadmati?
No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory.
That's a fair point to make, I suppose.
But Mr. Rettens retrieved it after the fact.
Which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory.
But
without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage? That's where the blood-stained sword was found, after all. That is a very good point. As the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage. Trucy Wright remains the prime suspect. It would appear that what you call truth is little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. It's time at last to let it go and move on.
Are you seeing this, Magnifi Gramarye? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter.
I don't really care.
What?
I don't really care about her. I have no attachment to her whatsoever, to be honest with you. Not my problem.
What? That's really fucked up.
Yeah? And? Shut up!
The Gramarye name is done for!
Apollo, we need you to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence here.
I know. That's just what I was thinking.
Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed?
Of course I do, Your Honor.
This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script.
Right. So theoretically, there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet's to see if something unscripted happened. There's gotta be something Rettens couldn't have foreseen. And once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Rettens, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here. Just some good old-fashioned logic.
Oh hey, we're doing this again.
As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder would happen without fail. I can prove this by playing the snowboarding minigame from Super Danganronpa 2.
Mr. Justice, what are you doing over there?
Don't worry about it. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. What part of the magic show wasn't a part of the show's original script?
Well, Bonnie's mistake was definitely not planned.
Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick?
It was Mr. Head's positioning. I like the difference in presentation in this from Dual Destinies.
Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat into the right of the coffin instead of to the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show's script. But the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position?
Blood in the coffin hole, fingerprints on the coffin, the edited show footage. I would say probably the blood? Yep.
Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put the blood in the left hole. But the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. If the killer had originally put the blood on the left side, that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit must have
Drop the set piece, wiped out the fingerprints, or swap the coffin sides. I would say swap the coffin sides. Ah ha ha.
That's right! The left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstain fit the facts. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh. I remember now!
Oh yeah, shit, that's right, that's right!
There was something unnatural about the coffin, and it's just the evidence I need! Sorry, Mr. Rettens, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Huh? What? Sorry, I was just staring at the way the camera zoomed out of your forehead there. It was shiny, it was blinding. Okay, enough about my forehead. Moving on! Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real. No trick. No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Ugh. And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that Roger Rettens tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place.
Okay, yeah, where was it again? It was on the, yes, this.
Take that!
The fingerprint results? What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward in the coffin, his prints should have looked like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree?
It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way?
They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to the script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Miss Wright would also pop up to the left side of the coffin as per the show's script. He then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite the one Trucy had used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels.
Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because this culprit switched the two side panels around, the prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side?
Now, I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing.
Ah, right. Luminol. I almost forgot. Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood even if it's been wiped away, right?
That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Rettens? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I?
Objection.
Trucy Wright could have done just the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was the witness who tampered with the evidence.
Objection.
But I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side.
Oh my, you're absolutely right.
Why, you impudent! I'm sure you've realized by now, Prosecutor Sadmati, that your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up.
You and the accused are most certainly bound for hell.
Really? Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with a ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl.
Prosecutor Sadmati, are you all right?
As for the true culprit, he's someone who knew how the show was supposed to go, but didn't actually see it. And someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Rettens. Gramarye! All of the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled. Permanently! All of my secrets have been revealed, you say? Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine's the true, real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mysterious! Witness a magic far greater than true Gramarye's. Burn! Crumble! Fall to my furious flames! The great Mysterious will bring an end to you all! And now, for the final heir to the Gramarye name, right here, right now, you, too, shall burn... huh? No, this isn't right! Oh. No, I didn't do anything wrong! No, it's not my fault! I'm not the one to blame! I'm the victim here! What? Stop! No! Curse you, Gramarye! Curse those Gramaryes. It's all because of them. Even now they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss!
Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man?
You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnifique Gramarye, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, was always my dream to become a great magician. But that MagniFi, he took it all from me!
Worklaser 9000 with the $10. Bravo on that breakdown, Esme. Thank you. It did kind of hurt a little bit, but I'm proud of it anyway. Thank you. Also, yeah, literally, Lasco, we all hate MagniFi, bro. Get in line.
But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not be used as a means for murder.
What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all.
I get it now. That attitude towards magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician!
Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak.
You're right. I didn't see through your tricks.
You see? So in the end, true Gramarye was defeated by the great Mr. Rias. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy, right? You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn! Take that, Gramarye! You lose! If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This court and my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation!
Bailiff, take Mr. Rittens away. And bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. It looks like we've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show.
It was close, but we just barely made it through somehow.
I do kind of wish, like, part of me does kind of wish that maybe they had taken this opportunity to finally do the whole sibling reveal thing, because it would have been very satisfying to see him be like, well, no, wait, you really are related to, oh shit, oh my god, no. Oh no, fuck, I did get dunked on by somebody in your family, no, god damn it. But, oh well.
Why does Trucy look so down?
Miss Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful smile of yours? That smile of a true entertainer, as I do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Trucy Wright.
Not guilty. Yay! Everybody in the crowd like, actually, I loved you the whole time, Trucy. I didn't think that you were a murderer, and when I called for you to be, given the death penalty, I was just kidding. I was just making a goof. You know, I was just, you know, trying to make the trial more dramatic. Please, Trucy.
Court is adjourned.
Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy! Grazie a Dio! Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Rias is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him.
I don't like the way she's looking at me.
Trucy, I'm so sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Ruttons used us. We're victims too. He even made me an accomplice to murder. But Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know? Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him.
Cardian Joker with the $10. Rettons is an effective antagonist as he's the direct antithesis of the overall themes of the game. He had fame, a good job, and loyal apprentice, but he threw it all away for petty revenge. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know why that one isn't appearing on screen, by the way. Oh, grazie.
Sorry.
But, yeah. I genuinely, like, as much as I do kind of wish that we had that little thing at the end that we just talked about a second ago, I honestly think that this case is pretty good. Like, pretty solid. I actually quite liked this one. Quite a bit. Rosie, I probably will play the Great Ace Attorney games at some point on streams. I'll play them at some point regardless, no matter whether I stream them or not, but I won't really be like worrying too much right now about what the specifics of that will be.
It's all my fault, isn't it?
Neither one of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Rettons.
Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you.
I guess she really does hate me.
But, Betty, why?
You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's.
Hey, shut up! I've always hated her!
Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right?
Speak for yourself! But Betty, you still have her autograph from that— Just shut up!
Was she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Wow, Trucy. Never knew that being the best could be so tough.
Come on, Bonnie. We're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? That's not true! So zip it, dummy!
Polly, do you think I really am a naive greenhorn?
Hmm? No way. She's not. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you'd be on your way to prison as we speak!
You're right. I didn't see through your tricks.
You see? So in the end, true Gramarye was defeated by the great Mr. Rias. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn! Yep, I did just see that a minute ago. Trucy, don't tell me you're still taking what Retton said to heart.
Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks, and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn.
You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. You're a wonderful Gramarye magician. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that?
I know you're a wonderful Gramarye magician. Because of this.
Well, I think it could only be one thing, but I'll save just in case.
Take that!
My grandfather's notebook?
The Gramarye Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to your troops' creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You're everything Magnifique could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy.
A great magician? Me?
You really are. That's why You don't have to worry about what Redden said.
Oh, Polly, thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been alone up there. I was able to keep on smiling because of you.
Me?
I remembered what you said to me in the detention center.
After all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right?
Yes, I remember doing it.
Then I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy.
But how can you say that? We don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but
I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry. You're going to be fine!
your words were what kept me going. Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be.
Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen. Emma?
I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sadmati what a good person you are. And I had to testify against you, too. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh,
Prosecutor Sadmati? What are you doing here? Detective Sky?
Yes?
I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. Wait! Prosecutor Sadmati! The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me?
Yeah, we're getting back to this. Okay, let's see if we get anything about this.
What?
You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff. What happened to you? Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? Now, if you will excuse me. There he goes.
What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Sadmati?
Let's just say we're old acquaintances.
Acquaintances? It seemed like something more than that.
Yeah, well.
You don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject.
I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now, I've got to rewrite it a few more times and decide what direction I want to go. Come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future.
Sure, if you say so.
Hey, it's Mr. Wright.
Put him on speakerphone, Apollo.
What's up, Mr. Wright?
Apollo! How's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not-guilty verdict?
Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine.
Hi, Dottie. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo.
Phew. That's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort any time.
Me? Really?
Yeah, but don't get ahead of yourself. You're not gonna get any more games.
Okay.
Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes.
A full-fledged lawyer? I still can't wrap my mind around it. I thought he was gonna be like a full-fledged lawyer. I've literally been a lawyer for multiple years, you fucking asshole.
Thank goodness promise you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo.
No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone.
Oh, by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you?
Of course! I wouldn't miss it for the world. Full-fledged.
So, Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right?
No. He just asked me to go cheer you on.
Okay. Then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly.
The best seat in the house? I really appreciate the thought, but...
Good. Then it's settled.
Hmm? Oh?
Objection!
I should have known. This is what she meant!
Magical girl Trissy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic.
Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or a gimmick, right? I'm too young to die!
Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword.
No, wait, stop! No! Ah!
And that's how Trissy and Gramarye Land ended on a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams.
What kind of an ending is that?
Wow. It's over. That was a lot of fun. I quite liked that case. I didn't expect it to only be one investigation and one trial day, but I presume that's probably to save some time for other things later on. But don't tell me if I'm right. Don't hint. But yeah, I quite liked that one. Not that it's without flaws, of course, not that it's perfect or anything, but honestly, like, yeah, I had a genuinely fun time with that. I really liked a lot of the little moments. I liked that Trucy got to have a bit of, like, an actual emotional moment where she didn't have to, like, hold it all in anymore, because goodness knows she's been doing that for a while. I quite liked the twins. I think Rettins is a scumbag, but he was, you know, at least entertainingly awful. Yeah, and quite a few of the little puzzle solutions also were fun to point out. I definitely liked I liked this case more than the first one, certainly. But anywho. How do I feel about the twins twist? I think it's fun. I did kind of already see it slightly coming just because of the art thing from last week. Or not last week, the last stream. But it is what it is. Like, I wasn't, like, too upset about that or anything, and ultimately, it just kind of made me look forward to seeing how that would factor in a way, I guess. And I think that, like, both of them are very, like, I like the gimmick with them. I like the sweet and the sour kind of dispositions and, like, their back and forth. I like the little mini arc that they have with kind of Bonnie, like, standing up for herself and asserting her own opinions, and then, of course, you know, Betty having a bit of a soft spot underneath it as well is fun. Count of Black. Now that this case is over, here's a fun little fact. There is a direct reference to this case in Danganronpa V3 on the second murder trial. And of course, it's Tsumugi who does the reference. Oh, I did not know that. That's actually pretty fun. Let's see. Yeah. I think this was quite fun. I did quite like this case. Let's return to the menu. Well, now that we're done with this, I will go ahead and pull up art for this evening. Thank you for waiting patiently. I did have most of it pulled up beforehand, but I did just want to recheck to make sure there wasn't anything that I missed. Doesn't appear so far. Ah, there is one last thing that was submitted to the Discord. So let me get that up. Okay. What was that sound just now? It was a computer noise. Some thoughts on Nayuta? I don't really have, like, much of a solid opinion on Nayuta at this point. I do find him, like, his gimmick a little bit irritating at times, but honestly, like, I feel like I don't really know enough about him at this point to form, like, a really solid opinion, because right now it's just like, you know, yeah, we're doing the introduction to the prosecutor thing where they're really mean to us and all that, and, you know, show off their gimmick, and then, you know, we fluster them and blah, 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 blah. You know, so I'm not really too, like, solid on my thoughts on him as of yet. Yasumugi is like, what if Ryoma was a former apprentice of Himiko's master and swore vengeance and he murdered a lookalike of himself to sabotage her show? That is really specific. That's very interesting. Anywho. Let's get up the fan art window. So, starting off with, this was the one that we couldn't show last time from Chiyoko, at Chiyoko Arts on Blue Sky. For tonight's stream, I want to draw these two bunnies. The fact that they may have been able to keep it a secret is honestly baffling. And yeah, very, very good recreation of the pose. Now that I have the full context as well, I noticed the difference in the hair, too. Always very cool to see like mirrored posing like this, because I feel like it would be so, like, actually kind of difficult to do this. But I think you did a really good job with recreating that image. So props to you. And then also, speaking of props to Chiyoko, we also have this one for tonight. For tonight's stream, I wanted to draw Marcy as a troop Grammary in all of her purple glory, and since this is a Trucy focus case, I drew her as well. This is really cute! I like this a lot. I am very fond of this. I've always wanted the Trucy fit drawn for me at some point, so I enjoy this. Thank you. The purple is a very cute touch as well. I quite like this. Does that mean that you're the evil twin? I mean, I don't know. Trucy is in allegiance with Mr. Hat, who, as we all know, is an abomination. So I mean, you know, maybe you should just. I'm just saying. Maybe you should ask yourself some questions. But very good. Next up, we have this from Mint Mango on Blue Sky as well. Marcy DeFam. I love this. This is so fucking adorable. I love this a lot. Thank you. Holy shit, Mint Mango. I like I've always really enjoyed your art, and this is just I'm very happy with this. This is like the colors, especially the highlights and everything, are all really cute. Blah. I really like this. Also, I think like the shade of purple works well too for the, like it actually isn't that far off from how I depict myself a lot of the time anyway. It kind of fits with the general channel color scheme anyhow. So I guess it still stays relatively consistent anyway. Thank you. I really like this one a lot. We have this from Discord from Pining Tree. I got inspired.
Just the two of us.
We can defame her if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. That's very funny. Oh, man. quite funny. And then also we have very important gift made by Atropos. I'm glad that we've just decided that this is the fate of every annoying character that we ever see in any of these streams, is that they're going to have like a dye gif made of them. First it was Irie, then Oishi got one too, right? And now him. Very good. Very, very good. I have to give a last scroll through everything. Wonderful. Oishi, Irie. Oh, yeah, and Tepe. That's right. Tepe was the newest one. Well, I had a great time with finishing up this case. Next week, or well, let me not get ahead of myself. Let me talk about the rest of this week first. Friday, we continue Arc 7 of Higurashi Minagoroshi. Definitely tune in for that. That'll be exciting. Next Tuesday, we will probably be finishing up Episode 1 of The Devil, and also finishing up Arc 7 of Higurashi that week as well. And then we'll get back to Ace Attorney the week after that. So thank you all so much for watching once again. I had a very fun time with this, and I will see you later. Bye!